Right. Yeah, I worked off stream as well, and I did make again a lot of changes. But now we had a working test case, so I just simplified stuff while keeping it working. And I think I'm at the point where I can remove that weird macro. Actually, I did get rid of the mapped pointer tag already. And now I can simplify pointer tag, I think, because I just don't need this anymore. Hello, CC. So if you compare the simple segregated storage with the mapped segregated storage, then, well, the simple segregated storage is derived from the simple segregated storage base, has a mutex, and then try allocate more overridden from the one that just always returns false. Inherits a constructor So the map one does not need to try allocate more because we just have what we have, the mapped file. And yeah, no, the mutex also only locked during allocating more memory. The mutex is also not needed. But the allocate is changed. So here this one has this allocate. Let me put allocate at the top of the file. Next. So this one is simply derived from the base, and I'm using NeoVim, yeah. I have my own syntax highlighting stuff, but that's it. I wanted to put allocate at the top, but there's not enough lines here. Okay, so let's add a few. So what's the difference? Oh, about jumps. What the hell? I think that it puts a cursor in the center. I'll have to put my cursor here, maybe. No. So the allocate, this allocate takes a standard function that allows me to add allocated memory, while the other one, for the mapped thing, is being passed, well, the start of the virtual memory and the size. I suppose both start with making a copy of the mmap-ed tag. That's the same. And it says while head tag is unequal, end of list. New head tag returned from next. Yeah, they're quite different from that point on. Then the memory page pool is defined as the memory page pool template with that simple segregated storage. Unfortunately, this is still a template just for the test suite, so I can replace this. I think yeah, did you see that I was using that? Yeah, for double colon. I see that as loop forever. Yeah, I don't know. While true is doing the same thing, I guess. But yeah. For reads better as forever. So because it starts with 4 as well. That's why I like it, I guess. Although in most cases you never do anything forever. Most of those things, most of those 4 double column things are just done because I don't want to use goto. So you jump back, that allows you to jump back to previous line, namely the line where the for loop starts. But if you see that, then usually it just breaks out of the loop very quickly. I really don't like it that this is a template, so I'm thinking about what happens if I just use the fixed class here, which means that I can't change it on the fly for my test suite program. However, let's see what I want to change anyway. That would be only this one. ABA test needs to define a different segregated storage, which is just equal to yeah, the one that it would be otherwise, and then I replace the allocate. And the only thing that I change to the allocate anyway is this part. I just want to insert this code at some point after calling next. So if there would be a different way to replace this allocate, then maybe that would be preferable, because then I can just, you know, get rid of the template thing. So the mapped segregated storage wants to replace the allocate of the segregated storage class, and the simple segregated storage also, because yeah, but just want to replace allocate in order to be able to insert this this piece of code after we call next. So before I had it inside this class, and then this was inside next of that class, but then everything had to be a template. And I moved it outside pointer tag, so it's no longer inside next, but we do it immediately after returning from next. Might as well go one step further. And then not have our own simple segregated storage object that we then pass as a template parameter, but have our own memory page pool where we override allocate, because that is a virtual function in this class. And that should be sufficient to replace the allocate of the simple segregated storage, even though then I don't change the type. I would still have to make a copy, but hey, of the allocate. I also have that here. I really need to make a commit or make all kinds of broken changes. Let's see. Most of these things are even new files. That's why I kept changing it. But that means that nothing... Oh, I make nightly backups actually. So even if I destroy everything, I can go back to what I had in the middle of the night. Okay, no commit yet, because come on. Then I would commit something where it's completely new, which I already want to change. So what I want is that this is no longer a template. And then I'm going to change this virtual allocate. Replace this vertical allocate, which then allows me to replace this allocate. But I cannot change this because that then is just a fixed type. But I can derive, say, from this class and then just replace this, which is only used in these two functions, which are both virtual. So I can just replace this and that in a derived class. That makes much more sense. Okay, let's do that. But before I do it, let me check if that is also the case for the mapped memory page, MemoryMappedPool. Yeah, it's the same thing, right? This is only used here in the virtual functions. Okay, so this is no longer a template, which means that everywhere we have this, I want to remove the T. And then this, of course, just becomes itself. And I want to do the same thing with the page for the memory page pool. And the .cxx. That was weird already. That I had in a .cxx file the template definitions. So I'm glad I can remove this. Okay. This this was the page pool. Yeah, it's not the mapped one, or this is the what? Page pool. No nonsense. The mapped one. I have to go to the .cxx here as well. Remove the template stuff here. Call that thing. There, no more templates. It also means that I can remove all those includes of the .cxx files. Let's do that immediately. So include something .cxx. And then I have to so define new template functions. So instead of defining a new mapped segregated storage, I want to declare my own memory page pool. Might as well call it memory pool. We don't have to do this. So that then is derived from the MemoryMappedPool. And then we simply replace the allocate of that function. But before I do that, let me do the other one. So here also just memory pool. Memory page pool. I think that should be sufficient, provided of course I now replace the allocate with whatever I want. No, it's not that easy actually. I still need my desegregated storage classes as well. I want to replace those. Yeah, that was not smart what I did. Fortunately, I can still undo it. So this is a replaced mapped segregated storage with a new allocate. And then I want to use a class memory pool derived from So this. So I want to replace this. I probably have to make this protected, otherwise I can't access it. Need to access it here in the protected. Don't even need to make changes. This now automatically uses the new class. Yeah, it's almost the same. Let's start with copying it. This is called MSSH. No, yeah. Or it was, but really. Yeah, like that. Well, whatever. Yeah, and so the person asked HFZSR. If I type VI, I'm using this, which is a big file and that uses nvim in the end. So this is the new vim is what I use. The rest is just so I can quickly double click on an error like this and then paste it, and then it opens it in the correct way. So it just extracts everything and it tries out different directories. Because if I click on this and I'm inside source, it would still work. Normally that doesn't work, of course, because that would be source/source/ etc. But the thing is smart. And this is also not working with normal Vim. So I find the line number and then I pass it in the correct way to new Vim so that it actually opens it at that line number and so on. Yeah, it was compiled. No, it was not compiled. It was an error. Can we derive from final? Oh, let's remove the final. That we can do. Would be nice if it told me where the final was. Yeah. Do I want to have the final there? Nah. I think I do. It's ridiculous, but the last clock cycle, you know. So if I use final here, then it knows that if I call this function, there is not an overridden function, and then it will inline this. And without the final, it has to call in the virtual function, indirect, which is then definitely not inlineable because, yeah, it's a virtual function. I mean, it's kind of silly though. Probably still fast enough, especially for the mapped one. Or is it? No, wait a minute. These things are pretty damn fast to allocate and deallocate. No. I can't just remove it. No matching function will call to memory pool. Blah blah blah. Candidates or the default constructor. Shit. Something broke. Oh, the constructor is also using it. I think. Or what? Want to replace that, so I have to replace everything that uses it, which perhaps includes this. Releasing. Oh. Yeah. Actually, I don't see why this is a problem though. No idea. Almost instant thing here. What is going wrong? Memset. Oh, okay, we try memset on 0, and that is happening because my assert is not firing. Oh. How lame. Yes, initialize is not called. Oh. Why did I not see that initialize is not called? Yeah, this one. I was looking at the other clause. To the constructor, I'm just using the same constructor, inherit the constructor, which then initializes the wrong MSS. Try to change everything here. That's the only place where it really matters. But I could just call the base class constructor and then do this same thing as again for our new MSS. So I need to add this in the constructor. How many constructors do we have actually? Just one. Just well, this one. I need to duplicate this constructor. The memory mapped pool. That's not it. MemoryMappedPool. And then theoretically also the destructor. Theoretically. Because that one is it's a virtual one, but it's gonna be called anyway, right? Let's see what it's doing. Doing this if map base on equal map failed. On map, no, I don't need to replace that. It's only for the other one, for the memory page pool. Yay. Okay. I think that this one now also looks same. Let's look here. This is no longer a template. No templates, good. I have a memory pool base and a memory page pool. Maybe it is definition actually. There's nothing else. Let's call this definition. There's more here. I hate licenses, but I like consistency. So some files have these definitions, or what is it, licenses, headers, then all of them need to have them. In my eyes, it's probably a declaration. There's nothing there. Call it definition of class pointer tag. MemoryMappedPool. I think I did that one. Definition of mapped segregated storage. Definition of MemoryMappedPool. That's it. Good. That all the new files have those headers. What about the old files? Memory page pool definition. Simple segregated storage. Definition. Also definition of memory page pool. And the last one doesn't have anything. Let's call this declaration then. Definition. Just switch from here. This is the definition. So let's call this one. This is definition. Let's call this one declaration then. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I don't know. Where is that defined anyway? Probably not here. Is that defined here? TDB. I'm not sure why I'm using a repo base here. Yeah, totally repo base everywhere basically. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Right. No. That was one other thing I wanted to do. Make this, make it a little bit more consistent how the member variables are being called. So some of them use m underscore. I wanted to switch away from that. I just, you know, since the last year, I think, I went to using an underscore at the end. Really? Is it m next here? God. Can't see my keyboard, or what is happening here? This is not normal. What, shift? This is not normal. I'm definitely typing the right thing. No, I type an underscore, but it's not there. It's not here either. My underscores changed into all my underscores are gone. They're all gone. I think I typed an underscore. I don't know what's wrong. Yeah, okay, I just highlighted spaces, and it's definitely not a space, apparently. I can't work like this. Let's try this. Let's go without the reset. Still no underscores. What the hell? Now we have underscores. Here I have underscores. Nobody gets this. Hey, I'm seeing underscores again. Maybe that's what happened. I think I accidentally pressed... Yeah, that happened. I think I pressed Control underscore once. And then it wasn't an underscore, I mean instead of Shift underscore. So that was actually Control minus, which then decreases the font. And then the underscore was not shown anymore. Let's try that. Control minus. Still there. Control minus. Yep, now they're all gone. So I just made my font smaller. And then the underscores did disappear. I already did this file. Block size thingy. Pointer tag wasn't changed yet. Coded. New front node. It was changed. Sure. What the hell is mn chunk? It's no longer existing. That. Why was that not changed here? N chunks underscore. Strange. Percentage substitute m. Oh, I have a num chunks here. Chunks. That's not that one. Substitutes. N chunk. The other one was N chunks with an S, I think. So that's the problem. There is no N chunk. Whatever. Next. Add block mutex. and pool blocks. Pool blocks. Minimum chunk size. Percentage substitute and minimum chunk size. Same thing for maximum chunk size. Maximum chunk size. And block size. And chunks. And block size. Find it back like this. No, probably not. And block size. And the other one was M chunks. What? Created pipelines? That was long ago. This recently did an M chunks. I thought, well, that was N chunks actually. Nobody knows what this is. Chunks. There's a min chunks as well. Hopefully I won't screw that one up. No, I'm not. Now, minimum, I think. Well, end it on an M anyway. Something M underscore chunks. If only you had an AI that could do this. M heads. Percentage substitute M heads. I don't have an head anymore actually. It's probably safer as I first try to do this one. It does not exist. I just rename this one to head tag. The maintenance of it all. That doesn't look good. Wow, it compiles. It's scary. Bump, 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 bump. think I believe it. Oh, yeah. Okay, now all of this is not really useful without yeah, position independent, is that the right word? Containers. And I don't feel like writing them at the moment because I don't need them really for the inv.js thingy. I'm gonna go back here and use what I just wrote, though. I am having here, I had a problem with running out of memory because of the graph, I think. The graph contains very big arrays. This is an array of arrays, which is super big. And I have two of them. So if we want to map these using some kind of allocator, then they can no longer be here. They should be a pointer then to allocated objects. Do I say that right? Yeah, I say that right. So this is going to be a pointer. Now I could make it an unique pointer. And why not? Which has an enormous impact on the usage of these two things. For example, get info returns something that depends on, okay, this is accessing the array here, the array of the array. So we do need a partition type reference, which means I need to dereference my pointers. Oh, is it that easy? Same thing here then. And here. And what is this? Also it returns a reference, so dereference the pointer. There's another one here. And that was it in terms of the header file anyway. So we have another one which is not using it. And then we still have to actually allocate it, which should happen in the constructor of graph, which is here. I'd like to move standard make unique. Oh, that's why it wanted to be indented. There's a parenthesis here. Maybe we should indent these two a little bit. Things I'm trying to call it, or I'm not. Expected, what the hell? How am I supposed to construct a standard unique pointer? Or is that not possible? construct them from a pointer. Can construct them from another unique pointer by R value reference. Construct them from another unique pointer by whatever. Oh, it's also an R reference. A const reference. Oh, it's deleted. Okay. From an auto pointer. Explicit from U itself. Nah, I want to use standard make unique. Instead of using the overload 2 to get a new, it's often a better idea to use standard make unique. No, use standard make unique and it returns a unique pointer. How is that not a temporary? Wait a minute, make unique for override. Only for non-array types. Beats me what the difference is between them. I have no idea what the for override means, really. Override. 4, 5, and 6. Examples. Oh, I see it. Yeah. Actually, do I see it? I think I see it. Yeah, I think I see it. But the indentation was correct. The parenthesis must close there. The stupidity of it all. Okay, so now we have something that just allocates it, which is not what I want. I want to use an allocator, a special allocator. Do I have to tell standard make unique to do that? Can I do that, or do I have to tell partition types itself to do that? Probably not possible. This is a bloody array. So not look here. Well, you can just call standard make unique, which then under the hood calls new, I think. However, it will combine. That's why you have to use standard make unique. It combines the allocation of, in this case, the partition type with a thingy that that the unique pointer itself needs. So actually, you don't want that. I don't want to memory map that. No. So we do not want to use standard make unique. Inside. No, we don't. Okay, so actually I want to just call new here instead of standard make unique. But then, I mean, it's the same thing, but now you have two allocations, so that's why the other one is using standard make unique is better, because now this is allocated on the heap and something else is also allocated on the heap, probably a reference counter or something. However, this new must not just be new, it must use my pool. And as far as I know, I used to have the possibility to just pass pool like this. I cannot really remember that anymore, but I think one of my pools can do that. And then it will use my pool. However, that means, of course, that the pool must know how big this thing is, right? So you need a pool. Let's call it partition pool then. Partitions pool. And then first I have to figure out which pool could do that, and if my current pool can do that also. This should see memory. Probably we have an example somewhere in here that says pool. There it is. Yeah, like that. Node memory pool. It's a different beast again. If I would pass, so construct a node memory pool, and then you can use that like that. And that works because it has this defined. Is that not so? Yes. But my memory mapped pool does not have this defined. But it's just a free function, so we can define it. Yeah, it's very difficult for the pool itself. It has little to do. Let's see what the thing is doing. Yeah, what? Operator new. Oh, it's inline. So you can define operator new like that, and then just do the allocation. Okay, well, we can add that. Totally can add that. This thing doesn't even need to be a friend, actually. Only thing it calls is alloc. Right, so could define it as a friend in order to make it known here so that it will be used. Or you can just define it up here, which is also good. And this is going to be my memory mapped pool. Which uses just allocate. No MemoryMappedPool highlights. I do have memory though. Alias S. There's no memory here. And still no highlight. What the hell, man? That makes no sense whatsoever. Util source memory. Here, memory is here. One of these things should define it. There's no memory map stuff here. Ah, just funny. Funny. Memory. I'm just gonna go here and run autogen. The memory submodule wasn't updated yet. No, it is. Okay, so again, source version 2, mixi tags. Edit the thing again. No, it's highlighted. Of course, we don't need to know that thing. That I just included. Include a memory/MemoryMappedPool. .h. And the MemoryMappedPool here has an allocate. Yes. This allocate returns a void pointer and so on and so on. But the size must be correct. So we have to construct this thing with the correct size. In fact, I have to pass a file size and file name, block size. Okay, this is really difficult. Let's just copy this. So I'm going to have a let's put that thing here. A memory. Again a memory. Dang. Maybe I should remove that memory. mapped pool. Partitions pool. That now must be constructed, the partitions pool from the constructor. Quite obviously before we actually use it. So there, before the black move and stuff. Partitions pool underscore. And then we pass to that stuff like this, meaning, yeah. Partitions, mmap image, comma. The block size. I think the block size is equal to the size that it returns, so that must be equal to the size of partitions type. So if now we call allocate, we get a block as big as the size of partitions type. Which means that then we can put initialize it, yeah, at that memory location with new, construct it there. And the file size, the total file size must be enough for both of them, so that's twice that size. That's the file size. And the mode persistent, 0 init false. Now with 0 init it, I have to initialize it over and over, which I might not want to do. You can just reuse it. If you create a graph and a file already exists, then we don't have to do the initialization again. It will just have these things already initialized directly from disk. So I think this is what I want. That's all. Okay, now is another small problem here, that new looks like it's going to initialize it, right? And I don't want that because we pass it pre-initialized memory if the file already exists. So this would only work if an array does not do anything. Like if the constructor array does not have a constructor. But maybe the compiler is like, let's zero initialize it. So what I really want is that new is doing nothing, like literally nothing. There is no constructor, and it's new with placement. So this should do nothing, as in it should just return this, casted to that type. And because I'm not 100% sure that an array is indeed not zero initialized, probably not, but you know. This is just not what I want. I just want to initialize my unique pointer with the pointer that the pool returns. So I might as well call a pool allocate directly and then skip the whole new thing. because I don't know, feels a bit dangerous. That is, I think, well, if you construct an array, put this back for a second. If you construct an array, then it's going to initialize every element. So every element here is going to be constructed, or constructors being called on every info nodes type, which is also an array, by the way. So we don't want that to do anything. Node type is an array, but that means I think that indeed the default constructor of info is going to be called on each element. And info does not have a constructor because actually it does have constructors. It has a classification and oh, totally constructors. Yeah, these are zero initialized. So we totally want to avoid this, right? This thing is being initialized at 0. I don't want that at all. I just want to use it as is. Same for the classification. That's kind of nasty because you could of course try to avoid calling constructor. But the destructor is definitely going to be called in the end. It's all a bit fishy. Could say, well, the destructor is not going to do anything. Is it? I don't know. I think I have to split the constructor and the actual initialization. So we can construct them without doing anything, inheriting whatever is in the memory. It's dirty in itself, but well, what can you do? And then if I want it to be initialized, we'll call initialize afterwards. And that should hold for every object in it. Okay, yeah, this saves the root. I mean, to make it as much C++ as possible, I'm going to define a classification default constructor that explicitly does nothing. So I cannot do equals default because that would, I don't know, God knows what. I wanted to do nothing, so we do this. But then the thing is not initialized, so we need an initialize. Which does this thing. Maybe we should make this more explicit even. Like pass an enum to the constructor that says this is memory mapped, and then we do nothing. And if you don't do that, then it should call initialize. I don't have such an, let's say, bool mmap-ed, which is by default false. That would be for this one. So now you need this info to have a constructor that accepts a boolean. That's going to be problematic because it's part of an array, which are always going to be default constructed, I'm afraid. So maybe my default construction should do nothing by default, and then I'm going to call initialize in a loop myself, and so on. Yeah, so classification actually must, the default constructor, aka default is true. Default do nothing if this is the default constructor. And then the whole map thing is a bit, why does this have anything to do with mapped? Let's call it differently. Instead of mapped, I'm calling this initialize. So by default, we don't initialize. And then you have a collision. And it's called initialize with a D. So that's, that will work. Okay, so now the default constructor is doing nothing, but I have to call initialize on this and so on. And this also must do absolutely nothing. Now degree type is oh shit, and well actually no, that is not shit. That is one of these, which are always built-in types. A built-in type should not be initialized if you don't use those things. So now the default constructor to do nothing, but we still need an initialize, which should be possible to make that private as well, because well, that it's the guy that calls the constructor must be able to. Was the only one I guess that needs to call initialize. think that should work. Yeah, I could also add here the default constructor here for info itself, which explicitly does nothing. But you can't avoid that a constructor is being called for classification. Not sure the default the compiler generated default constructor, that is the default constructor, might actually initialize these things. So no, then otherwise I wouldn't even have added the braces. I think we're pretty safe like this. But on the other hand, it is such a special case that... Oh, wait a minute, this is nonsense here. That is of course not true. It must be public because the constructor is public, just compiler generated. So I think I'm again going to explicitly add a thing that maybe exactly the same as before. Oh, wait a minute, this must be info. We just do the same thing as for classification, including comment and everything. Yep, this makes super much sense. So now you call the default constructor of info, then it just doesn't do anything. And if you call initialize, then it calls initialize on all the members. So this should cause construction of this array to be an array that does not initialize the members. I think the compiler might even, well, maybe after optimization that it won't do that, but theoretically the compiler could call the constructor on every element, and then that constructor is now defined to do absolutely nothing. And at least the compiler should see that it passes false and then that it does nothing. So hopefully it will do nothing. Result in no code at all. Which then means that constructing this thing will do nothing again. And that happens here. So now we do call the constructor, because we use new, and it's kind of not really avoidable. You could avoid it by just, you know, casting a pointer there, but then in the end the destructor is being called, and it feels very dirty to have an object that is not constructed. It's better to get a constructor called and then have a constructor that doesn't do anything. So I'm quite happy with the new now. It should leave my memory mapped stuff alone. Right, so the thing is that if this file did not exist or is not initialized yet, then we still need to initialize the graph, obviously. And as in zero it out, as in I'm gonna call this initialize as well. Although this does not initialize everything, it just initializes these things. So maybe we should give it a tiny little bit different name, but yeah, it's, yeah. No, not really. I mean, we don't want to call this if the file does exist. Okay, so this thing is going to run over all info elements of each of these things. Let's just run over all info. This is suckage, because if we actually are going to write to every info and our memory map file is huge, then this takes a long time. Going to fill our whole disk. So I would prefer if my initialize is simply all zeros, and I don't have to do this because I'm making use of the fact that I can very cheaply initialize a file on a sparse file system with zeros. So just tell the kernel that hey, this file, consider the file to be zeros, and not going to write to the file. It just gives you zeros if you ask for a page. So now I changed my mind, and what I really want is that this initialize is doing nothing except putting zeros in there, and then I don't have to call it. So this is necessary unless we have a memory mapped file. And we do have a memory mapped file because, hell, that's what I'm using. Yeah, okay, so let me see. The info initialize is doing what? Well, these zeros are there, that's just zeros, okay. And classification initialize, drum roll. That puts in it unknown ply, shift left, made in ply shift. So we need unknown ply to be 0. It's totally not. That ain't 0. So you have to shift ply, I'm afraid. I think unknown ply here is now all ones. So you could change unknown ply to zeros and then change the meaning of it to have 1 meaning 0. That's an annoying change. but that's only in the encoded version. So we can still work with apply as it is, but whatever is stored in encoded must be a little bit different. Apply bits, encoded bits, coded type, and made imply mask. It's all private. It's all public. Wait a minute, these are static context expressions. Never mind. Private, okay. Encoded is private, thank God. So I'm going to change encoded, the meaning of encoded a little bit. Reset, clear all classification bits. Set made imply apply. Okay, so if I add here one to apply here and then encode that, and then subtracted one here before we call this, that should work. Comparison is still the same then. That's it. It's just how it is written to disk, or yeah. It's a bit vague. Normally I would say debugging, printing, we should print what is really in there. But I'm already printing unknown anyway when it is 0. So might as well print the number of ply. Could be confusing though, you know, if it if something goes wrong, but I wouldn't know why. The rest looks good. Okay, so now we can change unknown ply to 0. That has some kind of clear effect. Oh shit. It said maximum ply on parents tests against the last found ply. That can have the maximum value returned by this formula plus 1, and that still needs to be less than unknown ply. That's not going to happen if unknown ply is 0. For example, board size 28, the maximum possible number of ply that a possession is made is 254, which means we need to be able to have 255, one more, available as less than unknown ply. Which means that unknown ply must be greater or equal to 256. Which means unknown ply is 511, and we need 9 bits. That's so not true anymore. It's probably still correct though, but the comment is no longer correct. Initialize made imply with unknown ply. Call this if the underlying memory was not already initialized. Yeah, okay, unknown ply shifted, but it was 0, it's still 0. And we're not going to call initialize anyway, because it's all 0. Let's make that a little bit more clear though, because it becomes very important now. Okay, so we have to check that plus 1 is still possible, and of course it should also not be equal to unknown ply. So this must be less than the maximum value that fits in encoder type. Is that not some kind of limit? Returns a maximum finite value representable by the number type t. That's what I want. Especially if light type is unsigned, but I'm pretty sure it is. So max is representable, meaning that ply minus 1. Sorry, if ply is less than that, then adding 1 to ply, it at most becomes equal to max, but that still fits. So that's okay. And here ply is still 0. That's really the meaning. It's only the encoded ply is 1 more. To check, of course, ply type is unsigned. It's an unsigned int. Okay, this still removes one possibility for the values of ply. So unknown ply may not be used, it being 0, but whatever. Set maximum ply on parents test against the last found ply that can have the maximum value returned by this formula plus 1, and that's plus 1 plus 2 actually, right? Because now we add another one. So that still needs to be less than, and then now actually it is max. Then the numeric limits ply type max. For example, for board number of is 254, which means that we need to be able to have 255, one more than 254 available, and less than the maximum. Less than a maximum. So less than power of 2 minus 1. The max. Okay, so unknown ply is basically replaced with max. So max is greater or equal to 256, from which follows that max is 511, I mean 9 bits. Great, I think this is good. So this is not really really made in ply. This is the encoded made in ply. geen condet. Okay, so the default initialization for classification is now setting everything to 0. And so is number of children and this. So basically initialize is just setting everything to 0. So we don't need to call initialize at all for a 0 initialized file. Which means that this initialize no longer needs to be called. Instead, I'm going to initialize my partition pool now with zeros. So let's say the graph here gets a boolean, 0 initialize. And then my memory map pool takes mode persistent, or 0 init is called, well, whatever. So this is way faster because you just 0 initialize the memory mapped file, which doesn't cost any time, and then everything is already initialized. So we don't have to call initialize. We do that now by doing that, which is super fast. I think we're kind of done, right? So now I have a memory mapped file which backs up both of my array of arrays, and they will be 0 initialized. The whole thing should work. Methinks, except for the compile error that I still don't pass that boolean. Let's find that. Oh, this target is missing. What are we talking about suddenly? Find package call is missing for an imported target. Oh, memory object lib. Yeah, I need to install and change them. Where is my documentation? How that needs to be done? Even I don't know how to do it. How am a user ever going to find out how that works? Suppose you are a user of my code and you run into this. What will you do? Delete everything and say, oh, this stuff doesn't work. In other words, the more intelligent people, I'll look here, and then I have to add a comment here, right? Like, if, what was it called? If the target enchantment is not found, then please install enchantum by following the instructions here. I have no idea where, but it must be somewhere. Okay, how do we find where that is? Oh boy. Find dot type F execute grep anything that talks about enchantum. It's probably a bit much, but it also probably has a clone or a submodule in it. Submodule enchantum. Cross fingers. Utils talks about enchantum. Why is it then not disabled? Oh, memory is linking against it. Maybe I should just disable it as well for memory then, instead of utils does that. Interesting. Let's have a look how that works here. I should make use of this, I think, in memory. Is this variable visible in memory, or maybe I should just use this one? If memory depends on utils, so that might actually work. What is it? NTF? I think it's NTF. Should this be public, or should it be public? Why should it be public? But why not private? Both can be totally private. It's just nonsense. Make this private. I'm gonna add here private. Actually move this here then. So no, why is my private not having a nice color? Close. Other close. Private has a color. Yay. Okay. Okay. I think this should maybe do it. If we now do configure, then we are not linking with the enchantum. And somewhere it should say book location set false. What? Oh, the CW debug location is disabled. Okay. Where does it talk about enchantum? Yeah, Enchantum submodule not found, enchantum disabled. That's good enough for me. Which of course means that, well, it's still compiled. You don't hear me complain. Amazing that it's still wait a minute, they say nothing. Yes. I jinxed it. Use of undeclared identifier initialized. Did you mean classification? Initialize. Oh, it is called initialize. Consequently, we never produce a constant expression because reinterpret cause is not allowed in a constant expression. Holy. Oh, you get this error. So much for use enchantum or not. But this is better than the previous error. This, if you go here, then it explains how to do that. Let's see, constant expression function never produces a constant expression. Why not? Because reinterpret cause is not allowed. What is the word for this? Facets? No. Dictatorship? Control freak. Can't find the word. This makes no sense whatsoever because it's compiled completely fine in the test suite. This is compiled with G++, and now we are compiling with Clang. Clang is a problem. Gotta try static cost. You never know where it works. Seems that works? No, yeah, still not. You cannot cast from void pointer to. Oh yeah, of course, it's an integer. Oh my god, what kind of bullshit is this? think I need something like bitcast or something. Bitcast from to. Yeah, that uses a standard mem copy. I was almost going to do that manually, but I can use bitcast apparently. Example, bitcast. Guess just cast 2. Compile damage. That worked. Use of undeclared identifier initialized. Did you mean info initialized? It's the exact same error as you had before. Exactly the same. Except there it was classification. Mode is not known. Mode is part of the memory pool. Please add the Enchantum submodule to the root of the project. Now, what if I don't want to do that? Yeah, if you call utils to string, then you're asking for it. So at most, I could not use this if use Enchantum is not defined. I'm not sure if we have a config file. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure we don't have a config file. I'm 100% sure we don't have a config file. Oh, wait a minute. We have the config file in utils, of course. So utils has a config file, the small z here, that says the Enchantum, use Enchantum, define it. Make define, blah blah blah. No, I'm not sure if that is always defined or only it's probably see make define. Yeah, it's probably define use Enchantum or just nothing. Comment it out. Not 0 or 1. But hey, we can just look at the build there. $build there. So you just not defined at all. Yeah, I can use that. If def use Enchantum and if can I just do this? Finally the error that I expected. So here I'm allocating graph on the heap because my arrays didn't fit on the stack. But this is no longer necessary, of course. We can now just make the graph right there. And it was not a pointer, was it? No. Okay, so this should work. But now we want to pass 0 initialize. True. If there's def use enchantum, what I think it's because I'm just including it. So yeah, the other file, this one. If it pass false here, then it should use the same file, the same memory mapped file as before, which means that it should already be initialized without calling reading, without reading it. But if I read it anyway, it should still work, because, yeah. Let me just first try it like this. Go for 25. Now what? Invalid operands. Operands to binary expression, O-stream and mode. I think this has a certain type which I can't print because it's an enum class. I have to explicitly convert it to an integer. I just want to print the integer. So the underlying, how do you print the underlying integer of an enum class? How to print the underlying integral value of an enum class variable using 2 plus 20. Several ways. Just give me the right one instead of cast my ass. To underlying. Oh, that's plus 23. No way, it's not 23. Static cost. What? The standard underlying type, but I just get a type. Okay, maybe the 2 underlying is 23. I think I'm gonna use static cost. It's just for debug output. Let's verify what version that is. Guess it's correct there, but yeah, it is 23. Okay, static cost it is. Here it compiles. Now, let's run the thing. What was it called again? Just inf.js like this? No, just inf.js I think. Inf.2. Block size is not an integer number of times the memory page size. Indeed. Indeed it is not. Okay, how big is this thing now? This one? So we need to round this up to the nearest multiple of memory page size, wherever that is defined. Hopefully that is static, that is totally static, and it is part of memory page size. Details do not touch this. But that is in turn base class of MemoryMappedPool. So I can just call memory page size on my MemoryMappedPool, which is also derived from the base. Graph, right? Everywhere but where you want to go. Source. Version 2. Graph.h. And here we have the size. Let's make that partition size then. Partitions size 2 times partitions size. Oh, wait a minute, I can't make that const expression. Annoying. Okay, well, let's make it a function then. So private function size type partitions size Yeah. Return theoretically size of I need that too. Size of partition size. No, size of partition type. But now rounded up to this, or this can be called on the memory something. I think I have something in utils that does this kind of stuff. Rounding up. Utils. Nearest multiple. It's a power of 2. Nearest power of 2. It's not what I want, huh? Come on, I have something that multiple of something. I don't see it though. Strange. Maybe it's a part of the standard already. Let's ask it smart AI that just gave a good answer. Yeah, but like that I should have this in utils. Round up power of 2. Oh, you stole my code. Round up. Wait a minute, isn't that true? Though these 4, 4, 8 are all powers of 2, so I was thinking, well, you can probably speed it up. But I think that's the reason I couldn't see it here, because there's definitely the nearest power of 2. Yeah, multiple. Ah, that's the one. I'm so stupid. I thought power of 2, but it is just it, or I don't know. Yeah, see here, result. It's not a power of 2, but it returns. Returns the smallest possible value n times power of 2 that is greater than or equal n. So this is what I wanted. So you have to pass some power of 2 and then an n, and then you get something that is larger than n, or larger or equal than n. Utils that. Let's see, n comma some power of 2. Nonsense. What am I doing? Memory page size. So this avoids a division or a modulo, which is just as expensive. Because usually you want to round off the multiple of something that is a power of 2. And the memory page size is definitely a power of 2. So this is faster than doing division and stuff. Can't make it a const expression though, because I don't. I could make it a const expression if I detect the memory page during configuration. But yeah, I don't know. That would not be very portable, in the sense that if you would make a binary package and then run it on a different machine, then it doesn't work. Probably better to do it like this. Oh. How to call it then? think partition size is a good word. I just have to rename this thing. This is not a good word. This is the number of elements in this array. Now this is the number of info objects in. It's not even used there. Number of elements, info. This is called partition size, so it would be better. Because no, this is a partition index, so this is a whole partition. So this is the number of partitions, maybe. Yeah, it's a number, it's not the size. Number of partitions. Yeah, that's also this formula. Px times py is the number of blocks, and then the square, because it's the white king can be part of one block, and then the black king of one block. So total number of combinations is the square of the number of blocks. Well, Ichu is writing a lot to disks, and I wasn't interested in that. It also wrote this, hopefully, with a size of only 603 megabytes. Let's see if that happens. Yep. We have 36 partitions, which are written separately. You know? Can't even remember anymore why or what. What is this? But zero true. Pretty sure a comma is missing there. No. So this 0 here. No, it's just not a core dump. It is a core dump. What the heck? Well, it's not an assert. Or it was right, but you don't get source. Man, what's your problem? It is an assert, but just that no debug info in main or what? Totally an assert. So the thing compiled with optimization. I guess totally compiled with optimization, yeah. Totally undebuggable. That's too big. Maybe it reproduces with something small. Was that too much to ask? Yes, it reproduces. I think I'm going to stop. I already skipped my dinner. So I'm going to make some soup or something. What do I want to do now? Yeah, switch to debugging. Up 7. See, it works. Just need to have no optimization. Print ply, totally in 0. No, of course ply is going to be 0. Duh. Oh boy. At least it's an easy thingy. You can maybe even fix for before. So apply is unsigned, so it cannot be equal to it cannot be equal to that. Just being less than max is perfectly okay. And then encode it with +1. Yes. Of course we crash at a different place. I was going to say the same place, but no. Again unknown, yeah, again probably the same problem. They're totally the same problem. Same-ish anyway. Only call black to move set maximum ply on parents on a position that already has its mate in ply determined. So I'm getting ply here, which subtracts 1. And maybe I can just use all 1s again in here. Which means we have an encoded unknown ply and an actual unknown ply. So can we rely on this ply returning all 1s if it is 0? Classification ply. That would be this one. So if encoded shifted equals 0 and then we subtract 1, then I get -1 actually. Okay, let's rename the unknown ply for now to encoded. Because it's a bit different. Yeah, encoded maiden ply equals encoded unknown ply. It hardly makes any sense to even print it. It's just 0. What are you doing? Info is talking a lot about unknown ply. So yeah, I could just test this on -1, or I could define unknown ply to be -1 now. And here max ply. That's no longer unknown ply then. Well, max ply is not allowed to be unknown ply, but now it is actually. I mean, it is not allowed to be 0 after we add 1. then we wrapped around. So what I can do is if we add one and I stored in an unsigned ply type and we did wrap around, yeah, then it's going to be 0. I don't like the looks of it. Yes, otherwise we cannot add one. Makes more sense. Parent ply, that's again the return of ply, so I could use the -1 here again. And here we have ply is unequal unknown ply. I think that's also correct. And again, yeah, okay, so I want to define unknown ply to be an int of -1, because ply returns an int. Free invalid size. Well, it's got a whole lot further. Deletion of graph. Destruction of graph causes the destruction of the unique pointer. And then what? Free doesn't even pass a size. What the F is this invalid size? It's just a normal delete. Probably means corrupt something, corrupt memory management stuff. I think I just have to turn on the allocation debugging of my own library. Unique pointer, unique pointer. Oh, wait a minute, I get it. Yeah, it's trying to call free, but actually it is allocated with my allocator. So it shouldn't call free, it should call deallocate on my memory pool. I think you can, yeah, okay. So, there is no eating here, right? Damn it. Okay, so we have standard unique pointer. And we need to tell that thing to use another deallocator. Surely have that here as an example. You can't, yeah, I don't have a webcam, but I had a twitching right eye. This looks a little bit like it. Yeah? It is not destroying. See, the pass a lambda to the as a second argument to the constructor of the standard unique pointer, which does the deletion. Yeah. Let's copy this. Lambda pointer. Well, my pointer is going to be this, of course, right? What else? And then we have to free it. Freeing is done by calling deallocate, as in the opposite of this. It's kind of weird that they have an operator new defined, but not an operator delete. And then I have to do it like this. Maybe I don't have to do it like that, but I want to stop on this. I'm just going to do it like that. So partitions pool dot deallocate pointer. Yeah. That means that we need this pointer, otherwise we don't know where the partitions pool is. So I need to capture that. This. And then that's being called while this is being destructed. But that's, I think, totally legal. No matching constructor for initialization of standard unique pointer partition type, aka unique pointer array info partition element number of elements black to move new partition pool partition type. This problem is what I just added. Put an underline under everything. Candidate constructor template not viable. No known conversion from lambda to const deleter type, aka standard default deleter utils array. You know the second argument. God knows what deleter type is, but that's what I should have passed. Another candidate. Here's another candidate. Candidate with the del is standard default delete. No viable. Not viable. No known conversion from lambda at. I don't have no idea what it's talking about here, man. Second argument. Candidate template ignored. You know what? We are going to look at the source code. First figure out which candidate we need. There's quite a lot of candidates. Okay, we're trying to construct a unique pointer. Maybe we should look at the documentation. That would be an idea. That would be an idea. Pointer deleter type. Deleter type, deleter type. Deleter type is apparently that didn't work, right? I could pass a deleter type if I knew what it was. Can also do not is L value reference del value stuff. That look even more scary. U.get deleter. No. Get deleter. I really need to know what deleter type is, I think. Otherwise we will make no progress. Deleter type. You should have passed a const reference to a deleter type, my fellow. My good fellow. Oh, deleter type is of course _dp. Yep. Which I didn't pass, and therefore it is the default delete. Maybe you should pass it then. So maybe they constructed... no, that should then be caused by the constructor itself. If I pass it, then by passing it, oh, it doesn't, does it? Yeah, this is a deleter. If not is if not is L value reference. Could my lambda be an L value reference? Seems unlikely. No, cannot make heads or tails from this. Let's look at the documentation again. Oh, that's what I missed. See, they do pass stuff in the template parameter. That is the whole problem. How lame. Or not. Yeah, I think my what I just added is a function pointer. And the lambda is not a function pointer because you have a capture. That's my guess. Let's just make it a standard function. So we have a function that returns a void. Standard function. Bitch. What about this? That would definitely take my lambda. And that works. No. Can I finally eat? Exited normally. Yes, exited normally. You see that, people? Yeah. Quit. So I'm gonna increase our stuff again to huge, and then compile it and run it, and everything will work. Now still run it in a debugger. Oh, I should. There. Oh no! Hey, I see this and I know what it is. Despite that we don't catch it. I could add code to catch it, but the problem is that the size of the file changed. So let's just run it again. And now it worked. It works. I'm not knocking on wood or anything. Dare to crash. If you wonder what this is, it's a Rubik's Cube that I'm holding all the time. If it's annoying, say it in the chat and I'll put it away. I don't know, my left hand really needs to do something while not typing. It's always holding something. Maybe I should put a tennis ball here, so a stress ball. Soundless stress ball. Squeeze. It's nothing to type. Yeah, hard disk access, less hard disk access, a little bit hard disk access, no hard disk access. Steady CPU usage though. But it's basically a good thing that sometimes no hard disk access means that it is working within one partition. Okay, let's make dinner while this runs. Dinner. A watery soup. We have way past the time of dinner. This is what I need. And this. Yeah, are you talking to me? It's just totally working, isn't it? Okay, spoiler alert. This is going to finish without any errors. And then I'm gonna quit the stream. Or I might as well, since now you know that, just quit the stream. And that's what I'm going to do. In the extraordinary small infinitesimal neglectable chance that it will fail, I will tell you in the next stream. So be sure to subscribe because you don't want to miss that. No, it's not going to happen. Unsubscribe. I'm done with this, right? Stop it. Or I could just play a game of chess because that's how I suddenly feel like. My rating is below 1800 now, I think. 1828. Pathetic. What are you doing? Delayed orangutan. With first e4. Oh wait, I wanted to play the orangutan. That kind of moves. Okay. I could give check and pick up the bishop if it wasn't protected and that pawn hadn't moved. So maybe I should do this now. And then I should probably... Yeah, he's gonna move this pawn, hoping to give check and pick up my knight. I just know it. Completely blocking the knight, and then I can take here and win a pawn. Does not win a pawn. Tick, 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 and he can take here. That or like that. So I take here. And then he takes, I take, and then he takes there. And then I cannot go here because it's a bishop. I'm not going to retreat though. I refuse to give in. I'm just going to take here. No, it's not good. I'm going to take here. What else? What else can I do? Yeah. Oops. No, not that bad actually. My program is intermittently accessing the disk. 10 megabits per second. And then nothing. Exactly as it should. Now let's develop this. Oh, that cost me my castling rights. Let's go out of the center. Before you know it, this file opens. It's all calculated. I tempted him to help me move the king out of the E file. If I move this, I'll lose my bishop. Not a good idea. Let's instead defend it. It's not that easy though. There was something. Bob, how are you? Yeah, esoteric. Do you mean the in-game analysis of on a quarter infinite board using a memory mapped file of more than my RAM size? Why are you calling that esoteric? I just wanted to do it. I could say they tricked me, but I just have to admit I did it myself. I wasn't tricked or anything. Sneaky, but nothing. Not interesting. Absolutely useless move, actually. Hey, my fan is slowing down. Let's have a look at here. It exited. See, I told you. It just works. Well, the reason I started doing this is this reason here. This started it all. I was just wondering if very far away from the corner, The formula as a function of m and n is stabilizing. And if so, what then the repeated pattern is in order to make progress while giving mate. And if you wonder why on earth is someone interested in... Oh, the rook is coming here, I don't care. My king has to go. But, oh, actually I do care. The bishop comes here as well. First the rook, I defend, then the bishop. Oh no, yeah, first the bishop. Stupid. Oh, well, I still should have defended it, of course. That was really stupid. That's why my rating is so low. Okay, this sucks. This totally sucks. Shit. The feeling is I stopped this too soon. It's just not hot. Maybe put some hot water, add some hot water. Take this as well. Surprise! Still didn't win. Soon though, soon. Oh, I did not give up. Yeah, the move. Well, that sucks. Thought it was winning. Ah, okay. Okay.